Bum bum ba da bum bum. Okay, are we good? We're good. Chat, what is going on? Welcome to the stream. It is Saturday. We are involved in an event with a guild. Initially, I thought it was a group crawl, but they want to run 2 groups. So I guess we are going into Enclave with this guild. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure everything started. We're chilling tonight. We're already 2 in. We're doing pineapple juice and Gibsons this evening, just as a chill. Hey, Grix, what's happening? How you been? Where are you tonight? We're going into the Enclave, which is the current end game right now. This is 40 to 45 content. Well, technically you could level to 50, so 40 to 50 content. Alright, so if we're doing that, then we're probably not going to be holding aggro. So I think we'll add a little bit more fire resistance, just to make it a little easier for these guys, since a lot of these guys haven't been here before. We also need to take... Do I need to take Mocking Blow off? The glyph... The... Yeah, the hinting is that it comes in the Part 2 update, the Scorching Acclamation. Out here, in the trenches, you get the minor glyphs. Inside here, they're going to drop the lesser glyphs, which is the next step up. And for your tank's benefit, when we're fighting the golems, please make sure when the golem gets to 80%, everybody stops attacking, including pets. You know what? I think we'll stick with that. And I don't know what to do here. We'll keep Mocking Blow off. I don't have to worry about that. We gotta make sure we don't pull aggro when we get in here. So we don't want to build too much strength. Although I don't think it's going to be an issue. I think their main tank is a 41 Paladin. Always been triggering some migraines. Low pressure one day, high pressure the next. Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. It's been getting too hot here myself. It's normally a lot cooler than it's supposed to be. The heat really bothers me. I don't know if you know your Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion, but my comfortable temperature is 15 degrees Celsius. It's been up as far as 41 degrees this past week, which is like 105 Fahrenheit, which is way too hot, man. Way too hot for me. A lot of my neighbors and whatnot love it. I can't stand it. I guess I just run hot. Don't think you want to... I don't think I'll be changing much out for gear, so I guess we don't need our bags open. I mean, not that it mattered. Okay, this is the first dangerous pull right here. Oh, that's good. No iron will. Perfect. No, left will take you down to a dead end where you camp the mob for the breastplate. The engraver. There's going to be a golem here. You're going to want to try and pull the golem up here and fight it, because there's a platform to the north that has like 7 mobs on it. They'll aggro if you're not careful. Nope, he's stationary down there. You gotta pull him up here, but don't tank him where I'm standing right now in this cubby, because it'll line of sight the healers. You'll want to tank him over here where I'm standing, and that way the healers can stay over where Enchanter and them are and do their thing. Don't fear it. It's a bad day. There should be 1 or 2 down to your right. Don't pull anybody over on the platform to the north. You should be able to get the golem without touching those guys. Yep. Yes. No, sorry. Straight north. Straight north. I wonder, what's our group? Our group is caster heavy. That's not going to do anybody any good. You know what? Let's try that one. I'm going to try to help these guys as best I can with what I know, but I'm not going to step on toes. This should be interesting. Now, there's a bit of a tricky spot down here. Once we get down here and turn to the right, we're going to end up on some parapets. That platform to the north, there's going to be a ramp that we're going to jump over the side of the parapet to go further down. However, there's a stationary mob on that platform to the north that overlooks that ramp. So if you either don't invis and move everybody down there, or clear that platform, you're going to pull every single mob up there when you jump over to go down the ramp. Sure. You should fight them up here on the stairs, or at least at the bottom of the stairs there. Okay, so real quick, just for everybody, a general friendly tip, just in case you come in here with another group in the future. Any area that has those tables that you see with a little pot on there, that's a possible location for a vial, but there are always 6 to 7 mobs that will aggro in that area. So even though you come here and you see 2 or 3, there's going to be more either behind the rock or down in the parapet, but you're typically looking at half a dozen every time you come to those tables, so just keep that in mind. They're a table pickup. They're a table pickup. You can see that pyre soul right over there to the northwest. That's the guy that tells everybody to jump on you. Now, also, before you jump over this parapet, there's going to be a mob that walks up and down the ramp. Always con it to see if it has true sight. Because if it has true sight, Invis is going to do you no good and it's going to be a messy day. Now, stop at Crush. Yeah, just stop at Crush, and then on the other side of this big rock here, there should be 2 mobs we have to pull. Now, the way to do it typically is to hug the right side of the ramp here. However, if you want to first, have your tank step up to that door on the left, and I think 2 mobs, if not 3, will come through. You won't know whether they're iron-willed or not until they get here. He's iron-willed. Oh. I moved into 2 AoEs. There was too much communication going on there. Oh. They're saying it came from another... They're saying the other group up there brought mobs to us. That's not cool. So, apparently the character known as Enchanter, who was an Enchanter, I guess. Well, actually, hang on. Let me find out. Who was Enchanter? 43 Enchanter. So this guy apparently had a cleric bubble cast on him so he wouldn't take damage initially. Came down to us, brought half a dozen mobs. We aggroed them because of proximity, and that killed us. But it was that Enchanter person. It's very unfortunate, man. Grown adults have to act like children. It really is. It really is. But now at least we know it was Enchanter. And I can say that openly. So... Oh. Yes, okay, so scratch what I just said. It was an honest goof. It was a mistake. A person ran down behind us that was part of the grouping of people and wasn't here when I was explaining about the Pyre Soul up on the ledge that pulled everybody if you run down the ramp. They jumped over on the ramp without realizing and the Pyre Soul aggroed. That's what happened. I'm not familiar with who's in the guilds, so I don't associate names with guilds. Just names with actions. But that's okay. It was a genuine mistake. I don't care one way or the other. Dying in Pantheon is dying in Pantheon. I mean, if you're not comfortable with the death or 3 in Pantheon, you should stop playing this game. Seriously. We're getting what? At most, for this continent, we're getting 1 more zone and maybe 3 or 4 dungeon points of interest in the next year and a half. We got plenty of time. People need to grow up. This is fun. I like this. Oh, I think we're resing back at the stone, maybe? No problem. So also, just a little bit of heads up. The mob that spawns for the shoulders spawns in this room here with the door. The door leads into a couple of chambers, and then there's a big chamber with a set of stairs in the back, and you fight, I think it's the Lich, the Necromancer, or the Summoner. Or the Baron, that's it, yeah. They summon a golem to give them a hand during the fight. To tanks, yes, or anybody who takes damage, it's a damage shield. It's Sure. So, the shoulders are heavy plate, warrior paladin only. I've already got them, so it would be for your paladin. Sure, sure. If you can yoink that guy, that'll probably be the best way to do it. I just... I just meant to yoink him, because if the paladin yoinks him, it gets him on the other side of the door. That way nobody risks pulling the room. I'm letting these guys figure it out. You can pull them into the corner. Oh, that light is brilliant. Hey, Burgo, what's happening? How you doing? I'm hanging out with the guild this evening, and I'm assisting them in the Enclave, without trying to give them too much information. Punish does us no good over here because I don't have aggro. Climb. Climb here. Climb here. Come to Krushnek and climb down. Now, the 4 or 5 mobs that are out there, I would pull them back here. However, mobs are going to get... I'm not going to go forward, but mobs are going to get stuck right where you see that chunk of ramp at the top here. And in a lot of cases, they may not come up here. If there's a Charblade, he'll warp up here. If there's an Embermancer, they may cast and teleport up here, but most of them might get stuck on that ramp. So I would save your pull until a mob gets stuck on the ramp, and then pull it up here. Right. He's coming. Okay, yoink him. There you go. Oh, I forgot to mention, Big Mama, come off that rock. And nobody go up on that rock. Everybody come down here. Come over to the other corner if you have to. If casters end up aggroing somebody back on that rock, they get stuck where the rock is and they won't move, and everybody loses line of sight. I cannot wait until they nerf this enchanter pet. I cannot wait. It's ridiculous. You got a problem caster mob, throw an enchanter pet at it. Yeah, everybody can drop down now, and then you're going to do a couple of pulls to here. Might want to toss out one of those light sources again. To my understanding, no. We went up there about 30 feet and there was nothing up there except the wall, but it could be something. We went more towards the right, which is where we're supposed to go. Or more towards the northeast. Now, I might be a little confused, but Dragon Priests, I believe, have an ability called Cinder Missiles. They need to be interrupted. If not, they're going to wreck whoever they hit. There's 5 blasts, and all 5 hit the same target. Hence why I mentioned you got a caster pet, you can't, or a caster mob, send your enchantments. I can't wait till you're nerfed. Okay. Okay, so this next room past this door, this is the beetle area. The beetles by default are not aggro, but if you hit them, it's a bad day because they're social. So everybody needs to pay attention to your targets when you go in here. Waiting for your mower battery to recharge to finish the yard? I hear ya. I was gonna do mine today, but it started to rain, so I was like, yay, day off. So I didn't bother doing it. I didn't know this was going to be good, but whiskey with pineapple juice, holy smokes, this is fantastic. Oh, it's so good. Sure. Yeah, when you open the door, you'll notice there are mobs to pull, humanoids to pull, but you'll also notice that there are beetles wandering around aimlessly. They don't aggro by default, but if you hit them, they summon all their friends. Now, I think there's only 3 or 4 in there, so I don't think it's going to be a bad day where we have as many people as we do, but just be prepared in case, because I've been down here twice where it went absolutely nightmarish because somebody always mistargeted and hit one of the beetles and then said, oops. You can kill the beetles afterwards if you'd like, but I would probably kill the humanoids first and then pull the beetles just to be safe. Yes, yes. I didn't know if you were asking or telling. Remember, just remember, there was another group that was on their way down here, so they might be around the corner or something. This room may not have respawned. So they probably cleared down here, and then they probably sharded out. Yeah, yeah. Big Mama typed it in group chat. I think they know where the spot is. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. We have a couple minutes for the room that we just cleared to respawn, so we're going to see if a name spawns there. Whew, that was close, chat. That was close. Mm-mm. No, I'm down below. I saw everybody climb down, so I climbed down to stay out of aggro. Hey, Vec, what's going on? How you doing? Oh, damn it. This would be a good place to have the ranger skill for the rat. We use that. They were using it earlier. They use it to try and keep tabs on what mobs are iron-willed and what mobs aren't. Funny bad. Yeah, I know, right? That's interesting. No, the only explanation I would have is that somebody is low enough that the aggro circle is reaching the guy up on the platform. When we're climbed up top there, nobody sees us, but it could be that if somebody moves over by the door, I guess maybe the guy in the ledge could glitch down. It seems, although I will say, when they ran down this last time, they didn't go for Big Bertha. So I'm assuming relogging might fix whoever it is that's getting tagged to them, because they all seem to be choosing the same target. I haven't been in combat the whole time, myself. Is any... So I'm 39. Is anyone lower than 39? That's probably... Okay. Yeah, so that could be it as well. At that level, the aggro circle is massive for these guys. I'm gonna climb up here just to see what happens. I want to see if they're going to aggro. Huh? You might have to pile on them. Line of sight, remember, this is what I was talking about with the rock. We think there's a low-level tune in the groupings here that's aggroing from up top. Cool, perfect. Yeah, I would probably have everybody gather here with the rest of us. Bum, 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 bum. Uh-oh, chat, we're getting low. Might have to mix another one. Might have to. Might have to. This is fun. I mean, I know it might not be fun for a lot of people. You know, obviously we're getting stuck here with the mobs that keep running down the ramp for whatever reason. And unfortunately, a few people here have eaten it a couple of times already. It can be disheartening. I mean, you guys know how I am with dying in Pantheon. If it happens, it happens. It is part of the game. However, when you can't figure out what exactly is going on and somebody's dying multiple times, that could affect people in a negative fashion, 9 chances out of 10. Thankfully, everybody's still here. It seems like everybody still wants to chill and explore or do what have you, which is fine and dandy. I mean, my understanding is a number of these people haven't been down here before, so this will be a good learning experience. Hopefully, unlike other people I've grouped with, hopefully people retain the information that they learn from here. Because if not, they make it rough the next time they come in here. Hey J-Tal, what's happening? How you doing, man? You only have OJ? I was thinking about OJ, but I'd have to go to the store and buy it, and a friend of mine gave me the pineapple juice. It's a... Let me, where is it? Let me see what it is here. It's called... It's weird. It's called Pineapple Burst. I've never had it before. It seems to be all natural. The sugar note says that it's natural fruit sugars, that's fine. But with Gibson's whiskey, dude, it's fantastic. It might be my new favorite drink, I think. Not that I drink often, but you know. The thing I have to get used to is it's got puree in it. So you got to make sure when you get down towards the bottom it doesn't catch you off guard. I enjoy a good dungeon crawl. Well, I mean, you guys have been around long enough. You guys already know. The groups are all here, but we have somebody jumping over to check on spawns and at least camps. We tried to get down here to the beetle camp, but there's a group already down here. Hey, Daft Boy, what's happening? New to Pantheon, what's going on? Chilling? We're waiting. Someone is scouting a couple of areas for us, so we're sitting here waiting to find out where we're going to move to. We were on our way. We're pretty far into this dungeon, and we were on our way to the back of this chamber, but we can't go through the area we want to because there's another group already over there. Uh-oh, I hope that wasn't directed at me. I didn't hear it. No problem, man. New to Pantheon. Can I ask, have you been in the stream before, or how did you find the stream? Just search Pantheon on YouTube? Oh, right on. Cool. Well, welcome. There's quite a few. I'm pretty sure I have all my streams going back to the beginning of early access, so that would be December. So if you wanted to get an idea of what the game is like, you might want to go back 6 months, start around the middle of December, and watch, I don't know, probably the first 2 months. It's a lot of content to watch, but if you want to get an idea what the game is, it hasn't changed much from then till now. Development is slow, but it's getting there. I've been following this for years, but never got into it. I hear you, man. I've been playing for a few years now. I've been in here pretty much every day since early access started about, well, like I said, the middle of December, or towards the end of December, I think. Might have been the third week of December. Somewhere's around there anyhow. I'm probably the single individual that has streamed this game the most in the past 6 months out of everybody. I would suggest that you probably don't want to follow anybody who has guides posted about classes in Pantheon. A number of the videos are, you know, based off of information that's a month old, 2 months old. Classes are still being changed and modified, so take it with a grain of salt. But keep in mind, this game is still in development until next year. So any information anybody comes out with, including myself, it could be different 2 months from now, 4 months from now, 8 months from now. I don't think it's going to change that much, but... I was doing some of the Monsters and Memories testing, and I had to step away from it. So many people just being knuckleheads and tribal... it sucks, man. That sucks. That is unfortunate. Bashing Pantheon and EQ? Okay, sure. You guys need to keep this in mind as well. When you see these people complaining and crapping on these games, these are adults acting like children. Keep that in mind. Anytime I see or hear this nonsense, I automatically know that it's an adult acting like a child. So treat it the same way. It's not worth your time. It doesn't matter whether they're harping on Pantheon, or World of Warcraft, or EQ, or Ashes of Creation. If someone is crapping all over it, just remember, it's an adult acting like a child. There are no children playing this game. I promise you. There are no children playing this game. Every player here is an adult. So just remember that. And that way you just disregard whatever anybody says. Do your own research. It's nice to see a healthy population on all 3 shards. Eminem was great. Poor latency for you, though. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Archfiend. I mean, you know, do you call it a newer game? I mean, it is built pretty much off the EQ engine. It's, yeah, you know. I don't play enough to know much about monsters. I know that I've watched a couple of streams. I don't think it's for me. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. I was talking. Hey, Care. Every game appeals to a different subset. I happen to love Pantheon, but I don't expect everyone else. Right, and they don't either. VR 10 years ago. For those of you who don't know, I've been following this game since the very beginning. I have a long history with what I call the McQuaidverse. I come from EQ and I come from Vanguard's Saga of Heroes. With that said, their plan from the beginning was to attract a niche audience. They don't want to be a WoW killer. Nothing of the sort. They just want a game to come out that is built in the essence of EQ and World of Warcraft Classic and is social. That's what they're looking for. And that's what they're hitting with so far. However, you have a lot of people out there who unfortunately are influencers or other streamers, and they don't take the time to do all the homework, so they give really, really ignorant reviews about parts of the game. It drives me nuts because people come into my stream and they start saying, so-and-so said this about this, and what's your opinion on this? And then I have to sit here and, you know, play devil's advocate or justify. Now, with that said, I'm not saying I blow smoke. If I find something concerning with the game, I bring it up. But if somebody's given an opinion and I believe it's done in ignorance, I will educate. That's what I do, because I need as many people as possible to play this game. I am playing this game on launch. I don't care if it's one continent. I don't care if they just get the other zone in. I'm playing this game regardless. I will have months and months of fun at the very least playing this game because I've met so many people in the years that I've played this game. I have a lot of people not playing right now, but they're ready to jump back in when, what's it called, Badia de Kara? When that zone comes in, or Badia de Kara, however you want to pronounce it, once that comes in, there will be more people coming back. Make up your own mind. I rarely listen to reviews at all. What I love about Pantheon is the slower pace it seems to have. I hate rushing. Would you agree? Yes. It's all about the social experience. Now, here's the thing also, Daft Boy, just in case you happen to check out any other influence streamers, etc. And those of you that are playing this game currently, please don't take offense when I say this, because I say it in a nice/educational manner, and I don't mean offense, but take offense. There are a lot of people playing this game that probably shouldn't be playing this game. This game is in development. There are a lot of players that treat this game like it's launch. And what I mean by this is, if we're in a group and somebody dies, and then we revive, we regroup, and then 15-20 minutes later that person happens to die again, they will get all ornery and agitated and piss poor attitude and leave the group or log out or what have you. If you are not comfortable with testing environments, you need to stop playing this game. And that's the truth. Because you're going to hurt it for yourself, you're going to ruin it for everybody else around you, and it's going to be a bad time all the way around. Dying is part of Pantheon. If you're not comfortable with dying in an MMORPG, you need to stop playing this game. And that's the truth. Wait until it launches. Just wait until it launches. Hey, JTAL, thanks for using your Prime Gaming on the channel, man. sorry. Yeah, but that just means the Prime Gaming hadn't kicked in yet, man. That's bad luck right there. You shouldn't get the next ones. Pantheon on US East from New Zealand plays beautifully. M&M lag is hell in the US East server. Well, that's the other thing. Visionary Realms has some pretty cool server technology. They can spin up servers whenever they need to, which is great. Like, you look on the server list now, and you might count 11 servers or 12 servers. They started with like 22. They started with 22 back in December, and then they did the server merges where they spun down the number of servers they had. Taking a break right now. I'll be back, though, catching up on that. And that's the thing, Virgo. People have told me that I should probably take a break and play some other stuff. But for some reason, I'm too addicted to this game. I'm here every day. I have so many other things I could jump into in a finger snap. I won't even bore you with the list of games. And yet here I am every evening jumping in here trying to get a group just to explore stuff. Because I need people to trip over this stream. I need people to find my videos, and I need people to be convinced that this is a game that they would want to play if they enjoy social MMORPGs. If you are a soloer, if you are a duoer, even if you are a trioer, I wouldn't recommend jumping into this game. You can, and it's doable, but I promise you, you won't enjoy yourself. You won't. You'll spend a long time trying to get upgrades. You'll say, oh, well, you know what? I play with this person and this person. I'll take this trade skill, you take that trade skill, you take another trade skill, and we'll have all the stuff we need. You obviously don't know anything about the trade skilling in this game. It's going to take you a dog's age to get anywhere with crafting. So again, if you're not a social individual, if you're not somebody who'll log in and type that you're looking for group, or try and put a group together, or talk to people, this game is not for you. And I don't care what any other streamer tells you about, oh, you can jump in on your own character, and if you play this class, you can get to this level, and da-da. It's not the point. The point is, if you want to have the most amount of fun in a social MMO, social and solo are spelled differently. That's all I'm going to say. It's probably a mez. Anything that casts a spell in this game will mez somebody. Oh, there's my alert now. That's weird. My stream alerts aren't typically that delayed. I don't know what's going on. Could be the weekend. There we go. I'm staying relatively quiet from the game. These guys are doing great trying to work this out now, so I don't want to, step on toes. I'm just going to let them do their thing. If you don't want to die, then run with pre-mades. And that's the other thing, Archfiend. You end up then relying on people. Now you have to remember, this game is not launched. This is not an A to Z complete project, right? So you might have 4 or 5 different people that you group with every day or every other day. You're automatically in the back of your head obligated to either be there, or if you log in and somebody of those 5 people are not there, you're like, oh great, what do I do now? Well, I don't want to grab somebody from level chat, I don't want to grab another pickup, and then all of a sudden that affects your mood, your thought. Me, myself, I'm a hoe, by definition. I get around. I talk to everybody. Like, I'll show you right now. This is my friends list. These are all different people. I know a lot of them are offline right now because they'll be back. Oh, a lot of them will. But these are all different guilds, different players, different classes. Those are all the people, well, those are a lot of the people that I've grouped with since December, and they've added me as a friend or vice versa. So I have people to pull from when I jump in. But I like meeting different people because I like seeing how they play. It's nice to know because if I see a yo-yo, which is being polite, I'll make note of their name. Now I may join a group where they're in the group in the future, but I won't invite them to a group that I'm putting together. Because I understand how they play, I understand how they act, whatever. I'm not with it. I'm not with it. I need chill people playing. I need people who understand this is a game being developed. I need people who do their homework. I need people who remember stuff. What am I tanking? Oh, okay, gotcha. Me again? I don't mind. Just be aware, being it... Yeah, just be aware going forward. Based on my level and you guys, I may lose aggro periodically, so don't freak out. I believe so, yes. I believe there are 2. Nope, it's safe to come in. Come on in. Okay, so when you guys get in here, you'll see that beetle in front of us. If you click on it, you can con it and see that it's not aggro by default. I think there are 3 beetles that crawl around this room randomly, so be very careful, like I said, with the targeting. Oh, okay, could be. But if you hit one, we end up getting them all. I would say someone other than myself is going to want to pull, just because you want to be a higher level than I am, so higher than 39. Yes. That hurts. I try to play other games and I keep coming back to this. I hear you, J-Tal, I hear you. Roughly how many players does it have? When it was at peak, so going back about 3 months ago, I believe the game had about 10,000 active players. Now it's about a fifth of that. I believe it's less than 2,000 playing the game currently. Now that's because about 3 months ago, a lot of the population in the game hit level 30. There was no content at that time, reliably, for level 30 and above. So a lot of people shelved their tunes, started alts, went and played other games. They're more than likely going to come back when there's more content. This is that more content, but this only came into the game 2 weeks ago. So it's still time for a lot of people to find out this content is here, and then we more than likely will see some more people come back. Now, with that said, the weekend tends to hold a healthy population still in this game, especially on this server. Hey, Super. Nice guild name. Oh, Mistborn? Yeah. No problem, Daph. No problem. Any questions you have, feel free to ask. I might not get to them right away because these guys have asked me to do a fair bit of tanking, so a lot of my focus is going to be on the game. But if you have a question, feel free to type it, and I will get to it. You just have to be patient. I get people that come in here and they type a question, and then they dick off like 2 minutes later, and it's really stupid that they don't just hang out, because I'll get to them. It just doesn't happen right away. If you're expecting instant answers, nobody on the internet is going to give you instant answers all the time. But I give quite a few. People are just dumb. I ask quality questions until I ruffle feathers. I don't have any feathers to ruffle, right? Okay. Oh, that's the other thing I meant to mention. Dragon Priests will randomly target somebody and teleport them a distance. You tend to want to try and pull most Dragon Priests to where there are no other humanoids because they like to port you towards them. AoEs in that room are tough. Yes, they are. That hurts. There was a bit of a late call there to engage, and I'd already engaged one of them. By the time they got to me, I had taken too much damage. It's fine. It's fine. A new player was on my server before getting mad no OC because this game is too hard to find a group. To make content like this is impossible to find a group after putting in 0 effort. So the server attacked him. Those cases. Yeah. Grix is right. Those situations are difficult to handle. See, the thing is, right now, I'll be honest with everybody here. This game right now is nested. What I mean is, if anybody is playing this game right now, they've been playing this game for a long time, meaning probably since December. With that said, it can be difficult for people to find a group. However, every class in the game can at least get the first 10 levels with relative simplicity. So if you're not taking a character to level 10 at the very least, I don't know what to tell you. It tells me that you're not a patient individual and you probably shouldn't be playing right now. But this is the same thing as if the game, let's say the game launched tomorrow. Let's say the game launched tomorrow. The game comes out day 1. If you wait 4 months to come into the game once it's already launched, you're still going to have a hard time finding low-level groups. Because a lot of the people were there from day 1, they've got 4 months worth of playing, right? You have to keep that in mind. So even new people that come to the game now, they may still struggle in the beginning to find groups right away, but get the first 10 levels. It's the same thing you would do in EQ. It's the same thing you would do in World of Warcraft. It's the same thing you would do in Final Fantasy, Elder Scrolls, Guild Wars 2, Terra. Well, Terra's not around anymore. All of them. It's the same thing you would do. If you can't find a group, you'll go in solo. You'll knock out a couple of quests. The game is plenty nice to all the classes up to level 10. It might be a bit of a grind to get there, especially around level 7, level 8, but you can get there. It's not a problem. Advertise looking for group, go out and kill some trash. Advertise looking for group, wait for the trash to respawn or go find more trash to kill. That's what I do. A lot of times when I jump in, even at my level, if I advertise for a group and I don't get one, I run around and kill the yard trash that I can kill because XP is XP. But again, it goes back to the game being in development. If you don't have the right headspace to deal with a game that's currently being worked on as you play, you probably shouldn't be playing this game. And that goes for any game. Even Ashes of Creation. There are people that have stopped playing Ashes of Creation for the time being because of similar issues. It happens everywhere. But too many people want everything yesterday. Too many people want a perfectly smooth, flawless experience every time they log in. Those individuals, on paper, probably shouldn't be playing the game. Again, no offense to anybody who thinks that, but I'm just telling you, this game is still being developed. Pay attention. Imagine, all of you that are watching right now, imagine they announce a character wipe tomorrow. You lose your character right now, tomorrow. Do you roll a new tune? Because I tell you, Krushnek number 7 will happen. Krushnek number 7 is going to happen. This is Krushnek number 6. I've been doing this a long time. I need this game to come out. I'm all about testing. But if a character wipe was announced for tomorrow, would you play the game again? Think about that. I'm not saying there's going to be a character wipe. I'm just telling you. Because then you sit there and go, oh, I spent all this time in the game and they're doing a character wipe? Well, frig this. I'm picking up my ball and going home. Well, you know what? You should have thought about that beforehand. I already thought about that before I jumped in. Technically, I've been playing this game for 11 years. I need this game to happen. We don't get another Pantheon. There's no other Pantheon on the horizon. And don't even mention Monsters and Memories. That's its own thing. That has nothing to do with Pantheon. Neither does Ashes. Neither does Chrono Odyssey. They're different games. On their website, social MMO. On Steam, social MMO. They specifically say that. I believe on their Steam page it's in the first line. I'm pretty sure it's in the first line of the Steam page. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is a social MMORPG or something. Hey, Fitfire. Crush, is the population starting to rebound? What I will say is, I wouldn't say the well, okay, so, this content that we're in right now, for those who don't know, this is the current endgame content. This is the level 35 to 45 content that will take you to level 50. A number of people, quite a few people, have come back to the game as of 2 weeks ago. Our server, the Stormona server, so they did a server merge about a month ago. We no longer have 22 servers. We now have like 11. All the East Coast servers got merged to one server, the Stormona server, because of population. With that said, the population has always been healthy with Stormona. The West Coast server, unfortunately, took a massive population hit. And the reason it did that is because a whole lot of people got nailed with exploiting stuff, not playing right, not playing fair, and moving to the PvP server. So because of that, the Black Moon server lost a lot of people. Stormona has thrived. Now, Friday to Sunday, Stormona is banging, which is fantastic. But Monday to Thursday can be a little rough. And when I say a little rough, I don't mean the server's empty. It's not. It still holds 3/4 population. But it doesn't hold what it normally does on the weekends. That's all I'm saying. And don't worry, I won't be blowing smoke up your butts. If there's stuff I'm not a fan of, yes, now you want to start clearing beetles. You will need mezzing, roots. If there's a rogue here, traps would help. Sorry chat, my attention has got to be focused with the game. We're doing a significant split here at the moment, or clear. Now I may lose aggro on some of these because they're a higher level than I am, and a lot of this grouping is 3 or 4 levels higher than I am. Yeah, warriors don't get the yoinks. Warriors get the yikes. That's us jumping into fights. Dire Lords and Paladins. Let's hope Black Moon never gets rolled into Stormona. It won't. Black Moon is specifically a West Coast server. It will stay that way. I'm running with Mistborn? Yes, I'm running with Mistborn. I thought that was you in our Discord. Oh, yes. If you're in Mistborn, that would be me. What's your thoughts on some solo content? Should they add a few patches to draw in bigger crowd? So, solo stuff does exist here. However, saw the yoink on that first beetle and thought this was our target. I didn't realize there were IWs running around. I got splattered. That's fine. Again, chat, dying in Pantheon is part of Pantheon. This is a new area to everybody, so we're doing really well for what we're doing. I'm not about to get my panties in a twist because I died. And no, I don't wear panties, at least not tonight. It's just the thing I say. I would not say no. Oh, we got another one. Okay. Now, I believe, and I'm not positive, you may want to run around the, somebody may want to run around the back part of this chamber here, because I think there might be a possible name that spawns at the end. Right. Crush, when you get a minute, tell me your thoughts on the new content. I absolutely love it so far. It's fantastic. I still haven't seen it all. There's still part of it. So the new content is in 2 areas. There are the smoldering trenches. I kept looking ahead of me like, where is it? Where is it? I've been seeing a lot of mixed opinions, but the official disc... Okay, so keep in mind, Fitfire, a lot of opinions you're probably reading are people who are out-leveled the content. A lot of players that are playing the game right now did not stop when content ran out. They kept going with their tunes, and they out-leveled the content. There are a lot of 40 to 50 players in the game currently. The trenches outside and the enclave, where we are right here inside, are rated levels 35 to 45. The trenches outside start at 35. Now, you could bring a group of probably 32s, I would say. I probably wouldn't go any lower than that, but you could bring 32s to the trenches and start there. Once you get up around 36, 37, you can then try and crawl into the enclave bit by bit. The enclave is like pretty much 40 to 45, so you're risking orange con mobs, red con mobs, a lot of resists, a lot of parries. Ooh. A lot of misses. Okay, sorry. Again, I will get to your guys' answers. I definitely will. So don't take offense if it takes a minute. But I keep trying to split my focus between these mobs and the chat. So just bear with me. Priority is the game, of course. With the content, because a lot of people kept playing their tunes and leveling to 50, they did it so that they could go ahead and farm through all the content and blah, blah, blah. What's that? So because of that, I consciously chose not to outlevel the content. So 4 months ago, I retired Krushnek at level 33, and I did that on purpose because I wasn't about to steamroll dead content, and I want to test the game fairly. So I want to make sure that when the 30 plus content comes out, I have a tune that's 30 plus for the content. So 4 months ago, I started a paladin. Oh, threat. I started a paladin, played a paladin for the last 4 months. Then they came out with this content, and I had to make a decision. Do I keep using the paladin and level it through this content, and then save Krushnek for when the Black Rose Keep comes in, which is a premier dungeon that's coming in later on this year? Or do I pull Crush off the bench to run through this content, and then wait and bring the Paladin for Black Rose Keep? Because I love this game so much, and I want to get as much experience in with the content, I chose to bring Krushnek off the bench to go through this content, which is why we're doing what we're doing currently. But everything I do is in era or in content, because I want a justified educational experience, And any of my viewers who happen to check my VODs or jump into the streams, at least they get to see the content at level, which is what I want. So as far as people talking about the content being poor, pay attention to what level their characters are. That's what I will tell you. Because I'm having a blast. I've died a dozen times. Again, it's all part of the experience. Too many people want to log in and be flawless. They don't want to die at all, and that's dumb. That's 1000% dumb, and you need to stop playing this game. You honestly need to go play something else and wait till the game launches. I've said it a billion times. The one thing that gets people's panties in a twist is dying in this game. Now, some people turn around and say, well, the penalty's too harsh. For those who don't know, when you die, you lose 5% of your experience. Now, with the rezzing, there are two different quality rezzes. There's a 25% res, and there's a... Okay, what is it? Okay, I think we're supposed to be here. Love the ogre kick animation. I do too, Daft. Black Rose Keep is going to be epic. I hope so, Jay. I really do. That's why we have Lancelot on the bench at the moment. I figure Crush will be 50, or close to 50, by the time Black Rose Keep comes out. So I'm not going to take Crush through it. It'll be a shame, because he would be the best tune out of the two, because I plan on playing a warrior when the game launches. But as long as we get to see the content at level, I'm okay with that. Well, sir, man, I got bad dice tonight. I think the MMO genre is tainted from easy mode because of WoW and stuff I grew up on playing. Yes, Spitfire, yes. So for those who might not have grown up going through the EQ World of Warcraft original launches, I won't say the games have gotten easier over the years, but what they've done to the games is they've made them more accessible so people can jump in and get things done, because that dopamine hit keeps you coming back. When you jump into a game like Pantheon and you can't get anything done, if you're not a patient person, you may only give it 3 or 4 days and then say, well, this game is junk, I'm not playing it anymore. I get it, I understand. Wait till the game launches, stay away from development. But unfortunately, we've spent the last 20 years playing games that are very accessible. As far as I'm concerned, my honest opinion, the last technical game, or difficult if you want to use that, was WildStar. Unfortunately, as awesome as WildStar was, it only lasted a few years. because a lot of people couldn't play the game. The game wasn't broken. The game was flawless. Everything was fantastic in WildStar, but it had the least accessible content. It would make the easiest of people pull out their hair, log off the internet, and never come back. They would run to the forest or run to the mountains and live in the middle of nowheres with no internet. WildStar was a very non-friendly game to a lot of people, but it was amazing. But that was the last most technical game before Pantheon, in my opinion. Like all the Korean MMOs that we've gotten, Rift, Black Desert Online, Honkai Star Rail, those anime type or style MMOs, they're designed to give you a billion things to do so you stay in the game. Those games are not difficult, but they have so much for you to do. You constantly get those dopamine hits to your brain, so you keep going back, you keep going back. The more tougher real life becomes for people, the more freedom, the more relaxation, and the more pleasure they get from jumping on the computer and doing stuff in a video game on the internet. This game is not that. However, I will tell you, this is the first game in probably 7 or 8 years, MMO style, that gave me white knuckle, cold sweats, and utter ecstasy when beating content because of how not friendly this game is. Phenomenal if you're somebody who will put 100% focus on the game. If you are looking for a social MMO where you can be in a group, run around and kill stuff, get up and do your laundry, turn your head and watch TV, talk to 3 other people in the room, hold 4 other conversations in another Discord channel, this is not the game for you because you will not get those dopamine hits. You will become sour and crotchety and grrr, so you probably shouldn't play this game. But if you are somebody who sits down and focuses laser style this game, you will have a whale of a time. Or at least I am. I can't speak on others, but I can speak on me. I mean, you've been watching tonight. We have 11 people here messing around with this stuff. We've died multiple times just by pulling 1 or 2 mobs to the group. That one's on me. Oh no, never mind. I had the right one. Gotta pull the pet away from the wall. Or the ledge. The moment you see any enemy in this game go into an asset, you need to move or call your pets off. Don't even think about it. Just do it. Or else it's a bad day. I wish I was the level I would be there with you guys. Look, just keep playing the game, man. Keep doing your thing. Don't get the FOMO. Nobody get the FOMO with this game. Just play the game, do your thing. You know, you'll get where you get when you get there. The game's not going anywheres. And people will sit there and go, oh, but I put so much time into the game. What if the game doesn't happen? I'm not wasting all my time. Well, you know what? Maybe you should just log off the internet and not play any game going forward, because that is arguably, on a scale, the worst attitude to have. On a 1 to 10, that's a 10 of no thank you. I don't want anything to do with you in any video game, if that's your mentality. And it's too bad, because I put on some pretty fun groups. Well, that's not what I wanted to hear. Having the negative stats makes you be smarter about what to equip. What? I am not a fan of that. You've got to keep the negatives in. That'll help. So, for those who don't know, there are drops in this content that have negative stats, right? Like you'll see that I have positives and negatives. The whole point of that is, how are you going to gear for the content that you're doing? Who are you grouped with? What classes are you grouped with? What level are your classes in the group? What level's the content you're fighting? How are the mobs laid out? How's the environment? Are you dealing with spells? Are you dealing with melee? Are you dealing with debuffs or dots? Do I need to stack nature resistance? Do I need to stack poison resistance? All of that should run through your head. I just found out, or I just heard, apparently, that they may be fixing the negative stat items. Now, I don't know why they use the word fixing, because I don't think that's broken. But that makes you smarter. You have to plan. The other thing is, you guys might remember when I was talking about EverQuest 2 a couple weeks ago, about how you could have 100 players playing the exact same class with the exact same gear and the exact same skills, but every single player will play differently because of the decisions you have to make. There is no one cookie-cutter method for a Guardian, or a Berserker, or a Bruiser, or a Ranger, or an Assassin. It's what sets you apart from other people. If they start taking the negatives away and make everything positive, I'm going to get lazy. I'm not going to give two shits about what I'm wearing. I'm just going to go for the highest number on everything. I hope that's not... I hope I'm just getting my panties in a twist. I'm hoping that that's not what's going to happen. I'm guessing, once again, people complained and whined about the stats, and that's why they're going to change them. I don't know why they keep doing the opposite of what I say. They should listen to me. They should listen to me and build the game exactly with what I'm saying. And we would have a phenomenal social MMO that's challenging and makes everybody think. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, like, I don't want to see negative items. I don't want to see them fixed. They're not broken. All the gear with negative stats makes you think better. Yep, I got you. Makes you think, makes you strategize. What that just told me is a bunch of people were whining and complaining about the negative stats on the Discord, and now they're going to change it to make everybody happy. Man, oh man, I have no idea what this guy does. Oh, well, that was a bummer. We have a schematic for a wrap of Gossamer Flame. So it says this, well, it's tier 4, so obviously it's not in the game at the moment, but it's cloth. It's the cloth armor set. I'm going to leave it on the corpse. So we just had a rare tier 4 pattern drop, which is interesting. Oh, monks too, right. I'll keep my eye on this in the coming months to see if it's a good fit for me. The roadmap looks very promising. Yo, man, keep checking back with the stream, man. We're due to get another up... So, this content, this is only part 1 of the planned content for this area. There's a part 2 coming in a couple of weeks. It's going to finish, I think, the storyline for this whole area. We're also going to get a super boss, or a pretty significant boss, apparently. Now, I will say this. Here's something interesting about this content. This content has various updates outside in the trenches. There is a quest line. I'm on it currently. I'm on the step that requires updates from in here. But there is a quest line that leads to access. Now, I believe it's access to the final boss, which is coming in the part 2. So right now, I'm at the point where there are rare vials that spawn throughout this dungeon. I need 3 of them. Once I get the 3 of them and turn them in, I'll get another step to get a couple of other collections from further in here. And after that quest, I'll get, I believe, what is the last step, which unlocks a door. So it will allow me to unlock a door that nobody else can unlock at the moment. But you have to get the updates. They definitely have their stuff together now. The content that they're bringing out now is all, like, it's all flushed out. All the stuff we've gotten until now has just been that stuff. So Avelia was just Avelia, and AVP was AVP. Nothing really bled into each other for quest lines or story. And the reason for that was, for the past few months, they haven't had their story writers, their script writers, their quest writers. They managed to get income, and they were able to hire back the people who were, or who are, in charge of the story, the script, and the lore. So now all the updates they do to this game are all coming out with storylines and quests and lore and so on, which is pretty cool. I'm excited. I'm more excited now than I have been, because now when updates come out, they're fully fleshed out. Like, if you notice, all of the new gear here, they all have little blurbs at the bottom for lore. None of the other items in this game, see, my helmet, which is the previous content, no lore, no explanation, no nothing. So because they got the writers back, they're actually adding more lore to the game, which is fantastic. Yeah, it's clear. I would probably have anybody above level 40 go up first and everybody else stay down. What? They all came down. That's not good. That's not good. That was bad luck. All three mobs up top there were iron-willed, which means they can't be CC'd. I bet by fall there'll be a surge again with more and more content. I think so. I think so. More people will hear about this content as well. My concern is this. I'm having a fantastic time in this content. I've run groups, we've run and gotten updates, we've looked at the quest, so on and so forth. I've met some cool people. That's me. Unfortunately, there are quite a few individuals that advertise, play this game online, that have the opposite opinions for different reasons. Now, I still think a lot of their opinions are built out of ignorance, meaning that they haven't taken the time to go through the content. I'm not saying you have to listen to me, but I tell you, I give you the good with the bad. I don't just crap all over stuff. I also have characters that are of level, so that should... A lot of people will watch X streamer, and they'll base their opinion on the game on X streamer. But they don't realize that this streamer might be level 45, killing a level 20 dungeon, or a level 50, running through a level 30 dungeon. So that level 50 turns around and says, well, this game seems pretty easy, pretty straightforward, blah, 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 no real challenge. That's ignorance, because that person is that high above the content, right? You really should listen to input from somebody who's at level of the content. Again, I'm not saying it has to be me, but if you have other people to pay attention to the level of their character and make sure they're around the same level as the content they're doing, because any information at all this far away from content is garbage and you shouldn't listen to it. Period. You can quote me on it, take it to the bank, whatever. I get nauseous every time I see a level 50 toon talk about how the content in-game is easy. It's ridiculous. There's no 50 content in the game. Like, people are just over-leveled, and people don't want to take the time to re-level other characters. That's why I have a concern, because when Black Rose Keep comes out in the fall, I'm not going to have Krushnek. I will have Lancelot. But what happens when Lancelot gets up there in levels? Am I going to start another toon? I don't know. However, if you saw my character select screen, you'll see there's like 8 toons sitting there. So who knows? I have no idea. I'm addicted to this game. I can't get enough of it. I need to make another drink. Hang on a second. That wasn't... Yeah, keep... Just keep in mind... Yeah, keep in mind, that aggro that just killed us wasn't the same aggro from earlier. That was just the 3 guys up at the top, and they aggroed the summoner, incidentally. What killed us earlier in the evening were the 6 or 7 that came from the ledge up above us. And the only reason the 3 killed us this time is because nobody was up there. We didn't realize it was all Iron Will. That's like a worst case, that's like the ultimate worst case scenario. See, again, when I talk about paying attention to your environment, what's going on, we had an incident earlier with a couple of wipes where half a dozen mobs aggroed us. We couldn't figure out where they came from. I believe they came from the lowest level person in this group setup, pulled proximity aggro without realizing that they were in proximity aggro. We just died here, and they thought it was the same reason, and they weren't in combat or they weren't up there, so they said, well, it wasn't them. But this wasn't the same pull. So that's why I said what I said just now, because I want people to understand that if I hadn't have said that, they'd come back in here again next time and they would assume. I don't want anybody assuming anything, because that's going to get you killed. I mean, this is great for me because it's probably going to be another month or two before I hit 45. So, I'm okay with it. I don't play 10 hours a day, right? I'm not a full-time streamer. I know there are people out there who play 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day. I can't do it. I wish I could do it, but I can't do it. It's just not possible. If I ever win the lottery, I'll become a full-time streamer, for sure. Problem is, these games don't pull large audiences, which is unfortunate. Because like I said, this is a phenomenal project. What is happening here? Why is that parcel not moving? Oh no. Iron-willed, iron-willed, iron-willed. Oh my god. That is horrible. That is horrible. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, we have like a year. Like, we're not even getting the last zone for probably another 3 months. We still haven't gotten Black Rose Keep. We haven't gotten part 2 to this content yet, so... Just don't be impatient with the game. Like, don't be wanting to race to 50, because I was just having a conversation with my stream about this for the last hour. You're just going to outlevel all the fun. Like, if you're level 50 running through level 30 content, I don't know how you find that fun. That's not fun. That's ridiculous. Like, roll a new tune or go play something else. No offense, but offense. Yeah, I just found out yesterday there are lower trenches. I didn't know there were doorways and ramps that lead under the trenches. I only saw them yesterday. Did you see any names? Any names or ground spawns or anything? Ah, okay, so there are names underneath. Oh, chat, how am I going to get 5 other people? How am I going to convince 5 other people to go under the trenches? A lot of people don't want to go down there. They want to stay outside and pull all the trash above ground. I like to explore. Yeah, thanks for having me. Okay, chat. That was their exploration for the evening, so they're done for the evening, so we're back out in the LFG. We'll see if we can get into an XP group and try and aim for 40. We're like 11% away. We don't have a lot of people in zone tonight. Oh wait, we're on a different shard. Hang on, chat, we gotta jump back over to 0. I think we're on 2 at the moment. This game looks so good, man. Dude. Just keep in mind, we have a year before launch. So you can feel free to die 30, 40 times between now and then, and you're still going to see all the content. We're not expecting a new continent. We're not expecting 50 different zones. It's only one other zone and probably 3 or 4 locations, and the continent will pretty much be flushed out. So nobody's going to miss anything. Just keep that in mind. The level 50 needs to get out of HC and enjoy the game as intended. Yes, Super Chin. Exactly. Big problem. People refuse to level other tunes up. People are acting like this is 1.0. Yes. A lot of people are acting like this is 1.0. And they take offense when I say it. And I can't help it. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is, as the old adage goes, the truth hurts. So if you get your panties in a twist over me saying that, I don't think I'm too far off from, you know, hitting the nail on the head. These games pull the older gamer, most I say 30 plus from one. Yes, Fit, exactly. We have our LFG tag up, we're advertising, but we're killing trash in the meantime. XP is XP. If you need a tank, Crush is free. No, I went back over to 0. I don't know if you guys are still on 2 or not, but I'm over on 0. No worries. Yeah, that's the tier 4 smithing stuff. There are no healers available at the moment. Great stream. Glad I stumbled onto it. I'll definitely be back. Night, folks. Okay, super. Have a good night, man. No, Grix still... Yeah, Grix knows that it's in early access. Yeah. He was just going along with what I was saying earlier about a lot of people are playing this game as if it's 1.0, and it's not. You have to play like this game. You have to play like you could lose your character tomorrow. That's how you have to play. You have to play like there could be a character wipe tomorrow. There's not going to be, at least not that I know of, but you have to play that way. So many people are going to light up Discord and blah 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 and whine and complain the moment they announce a character wipe. They don't want a character wipe. They would rather just spin up a new server, like what they did a couple months ago when they spun up the Fresh Start. But I promise you, let's say there's 2,000 people playing this game during prime time or at the highest peak of population. If they announce a character wipe tomorrow, out of that 2,000, you're probably losing 1,200 people. There are a lot of people that are like, huff and puff, if I lose my character, I'm done, blah, blah, blah. Again, you probably shouldn't be in this game, which is currently in development, if that's your train of thought. And a person can't turn around and say, yeah, but can't you understand, like, we put a lot of... Oh, I completely understand. I'm on Krushnek number 6. Go away. I mean, don't really go away. Still hang out, of course. But I'm just saying, I don't need to hear somebody complaining about losing their character. I've had to lose 5 Krushneks. And if I lost this one, Krushnek 7 starts. My goal is to focus the warrior. I just learned this evening that apparently Wild's End is going to see like an underwater dungeon. So there's content I'm not even aware of that's coming into the game. And apparently it's going to be high level content. So it could be a Vexar. Another race would be super cool. Well, we don't have the Scar, and we don't have the Gnomes. So, I don't know if they're coming in. I'm pretty sure the Gnomes are going to be on their way. I would think they would introduce the Scar with Badia Dakara, but I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Actually, to be honest, I haven't looked lately. Does anybody know if the Scar and the Gnomes are still listed under races? They used to be, but they've had to make changes, right? We're only getting one continent this time, so maybe those races aren't going to show up. I have no idea. They are still listed? Okay. I just don't want any more of the game, for lack of a better term, dumbed down. I don't want that. And for those who don't know, I don't like using terms of difficulty. So saying something is easiest, easier, easy, hard, harder, hardest, because I believe difficulty is relative. Something that might be difficult for me might be easy for you, and vice versa, and so on. So I tend to use accessible and less accessible. I want this game to stay less accessible. I don't want it to turn into a cookie cutter other MMO experience. I don't want everybody and their dog to be able to jump in, create a character, and get stuff done. But again, that's just me. That's the selfish part of me. I don't want to ho-hum, log in, get some stuff done, and log out. When I log in, I need to make sure I'm working. Again, that's just me. And I can tell you as well, if you don't know a lot about the classes in the game currently, there are 13, they're all fantastic. They all do what they're supposed to. If anybody is telling you that a class is broken or a class is not working right, they're not playing it right. Trust me. Myself and Lungrod are up behind the trenches at the moment, where all the dogs spawn. That works. See, chat? Already we've gotten 3% or 2%. We're into our last 10. So from the entrance, are you up in the left side or the right side? Right. Whoops. Gonna get aggro there. Wait a minute. I fall 10 feet in Sky Durban, and I take 600 and some odd damage. I fall from the top of that, and I took 600 and some odd damage. The 10-foot fall is typically here. I took the same amount of damage here as I do this whole fall here. I didn't latch onto that wall at all. Weird. Weird. That is odd. Oh yeah, there's a group over there. Okay. Oh, this is the same camp we were at yesterday. That was fun in the Enclave. I always enjoyed crawling dungeons, man. The problem in there, we had a lot of people in voice. That's a problem. One person speaks up to say something, and then 3 other people speak up, and everybody's messages get cut off, and so on, and it leads to a messy situation every time. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people feel like everything needs to be brought to attention, which it doesn't. I mean, especially when you're crawling content that is in line with your group or your squad's level, that can be tricky. Now, what do we have? So we have a druid in the group, so fire is going to be low. So we should probably get our fire resist up. 34 should be good for now. So for those who aren't familiar, this is the entrance. This valley here is the entrance to the smoldering trenches. And as you can see, these are trenches like what they would do in the war, like World War II or what have you. So they're actually dugout trenches. You come in through here. There's the main entrance into the trench. There's the right-hand lip, and there's the left-hand lip. We're in around the left-hand lip, of course. The right-hand lip comes all the way through here. You cut through this part of the fence. You go over here and cut through this part, and you wind up in a cubby over here. You could also crawl through the trenches if you'd like. You can aggro anything in the trench, and you won't necessarily aggro anything above or outside of the trench until you're outside of the trench. And then if you're pulling stuff on the ground, you won't aggro anything in the trench because the Z-axis have them at different levels, as you'll see when we start pulling. There are 4 names that can spawn up here. Now apparently down below the trenches, there are little segments that have doorways that lead to ramps that go down under the trenches. I don't know what's down there, but the guild tonight informed me that there were a few names and it was very crowded. So at some point, I would like to be able to explore and crawl down there. If that happens, great. Also, in the trenches here, there's a quest update over here, or quest starter over here on the ground. Also, there are perception checks for each of these towers. So if you climb up, I think there's like 8 towers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be one out here, I think, maybe. I don't remember. Anyways, every one of these towers has a perception check. Not sure what they're for, but I assume they have to do with either the Part 2 update that's coming or content in another zone. I say that because perception checks are designed to trigger events in the world, not necessarily in your zone and not necessarily in your immediate area. If you notice, when you run through Avelia and you run to the bank, if you get to the well, you get that first perception check that pops up on your screen. By design, that is supposed to trigger an event in another part of the world. Nowhere's near Avelia, but you wouldn't know that until you actually get over to that location. They have a lot of perception stuff they want to bring into the game. And what they are, they're silent triggers, but the game doesn't tell you what they're for. Same thing in AVP. When you run up Orc Valley, you get hit with 2 perception checks on the way up there, but nobody knows what they're for. There's a couple other things too, but I won't say what they are. I was given a bit of a heads up. I think it's cool and I think it's interesting, but I've gone this far without leaking it, so I'm not about to tell you. That's the druid tree there. Yep. And when we're fighting wolves, I will always pull them away or through the group and then turn them away. So don't engage on the wolf until I start swinging. And stay behind them. I still have a problem with the name Flaming Bark. I think that needs to be renamed. I'm gonna die. Oh no. That's not good. Nah, I tried. 3 iron-willed is messy. That's the problem we had in the Enclave earlier, was 3 iron-willed. Iron-willed means no crowd control, so the ranger tried running them around. We thought maybe we could get a enchanter pet on one of them, but it looks like it didn't take. Okay, that was cool. Run by Resing. We will hit 40 tonight, chat. It will happen. It must happen. I'm not seeing them. Wonder if I should go higher fire resist. I should probably go higher fire resist just to be safe. Hang on now. Con, charisma, stamina, con. He may have logged. He's not in game. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. What are you guys in chat doing? What's going on? Ah, yes. That's going to be an ongoing situation. There are going to be a lot of players who will start going to different areas and forget to re-equip their gear. You won't be the first, or you're not the first, and you won't be the only. You definitely won't be the last. Oh, into Hangor? Yeah. You know, that's one of the things I really enjoy about this game with the acclimation system. I can't take Crush at 39 to Hangor without having glyphs on, or else I'm dead. Like, whether you're level 50 or not, it doesn't matter. The acclimation will kill you if you don't have the glyphs. I love that about this game. Right. Yeah, that environmental damage is one of the main reasons. So the warrior didn't used to have hit point regen, but they gave us hit point regen a few months ago, and that's why. Because if we're out soloing, we don't have any heals available, so that environmental damage, even fully glyphed up, will kill us over time. Because you still take a bit of damage, it's just, it degrades based on what your acclimation resistance is, so... I can't wait to see what they do with with the other acclimations, like the anaerobic and the wind shear and what, like, yeah. Well, see, Halnirs used to be toxic before early access. You couldn't go in through Halnirs without having the toxic glyphs. Halnirs was everybody's introduction to the acclimation system, but so many people cried and complained about it, they took it out or turned it off. That's why there's all those green crystals through Halnirs. That was all supposed to be toxic. But unfortunately... Where's what? Halnirs is in AVP. Oh, sorry. People call it HC, Halnir's Cave. That's where the ratkin are. That used to be toxic, but they turned it off. Now, my understanding is when the underwater content comes in, that's going to be the pressure acclimation. And to be honest, I really don't want to see all the acclimation systems come in on this one continent. I want them to leave one or two for the... Because their initial plan, if you don't know, their initial plan was to almost mirror EQ and have multiple continents at launch. But they had to change everything with everything that's happened with the company, which is why we're getting one fully fleshed out continent for launch. But I don't want to see all the different things there. I want stuff saved for other, you know, locations, exotic regions and whatnot. Yeah. And if you haven't seen the other town in Southern Plains, there's a whole other town that has a dock, and the docks are where the ships are supposed to be that were supposed to take you to the other continents. But they haven't done much work with the area because we're not expected to have a second continent at launch. But there's a whole dock system over there as well. Killing those, whatever the spark beasts or whatever. Shield beast. That's it. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Anna. Myself as well. I'd like to see them spread around. Like the one that says wind shear, I'd like that left for some distant continent mountain range or something. Like playing a sky type stuff, like from EQ. I don't think they drop anything at this moment, and people have killed them, but I know they've eaten me 3 or 4 times. Soloing your last bubble. Healer needs mana, so we gotta take a med break. Hey Muldrin, what's happening? Dune. Oh, you're playing Dune? Right on. What are you working on with Dune? Are you at the end game? Or I guess what they call the end game? I say kind of because I know that people are saying right now that Dune doesn't have a lot to the end game, I guess. You know, fun fact, there's supposed to be 2 moons in this world. I don't know if you guys know that or not. We have the one right now that dictates night and day, but there's supposed to be a second moon, which I believe is where the gnomes are from. We just don't have it yet. It's a mid-game. It's very group-based for endgame. It's land control type. Gotcha. So heavy on the PvP. Oh, for sure. Uh, 43 at the moment. I haven't seen the apron before. Is that a chest item? All right, they just called a mana break. We're close, chat. We're 8% away. It's still going to take us a minute to get there, but Hit that big 40. I'll see you next month in real life. Right on, Jay. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Till next time. I think it's arguably the worst item out here. A lot of druids have told me that the sword limits what they can yield or wield. I think it has something to do with it blocks one of the offhands. Yeah. That was close. He almost breathed fire on the group. That would have been bad. Oh, that's just what dropped in the Enclave. That was the shawl. Oh, Chad, we are so close. We're like 2 pulls away. 2 pulls away. Almost. Almost, almost, almost. Then we're in the home stretch, which will probably take 2 months, at least, for the amount of times I'm about to die, because then we have to start spending more time in the Enclave. I don't want to be out here leveling 40 to 45. That's just ridiculous. Thank you. We hit 40. Home stretch. Now we just gotta stay alive. I do have my spells with me, yes. Spells, skills, same thing. Hey Vec, welcome back. Congrats, thank you. When the game comes out in 2035, you can hit 40 again. That's right. Hey, look at this. When the characters get wiped, we have a new goal to hit 40 again. On Krushnek number 7. Wait a minute, how did I just buy the level 40 pulverize and it tells me I already have it? Okay, that needs to change. They have it auto upgrade when I hit level 40, and I went and bought the spell and I don't even need it. And as you can see, it's clearly level 40. Oh, bummer. I just wasted like 9 gold. Oh, that says rank 2. Yeah, there it is there. Pulverize 3. It gives it to you automatically. Well, that's dumb. I need to make note of that. That's not supposed to happen like that. You're either supposed to buy it or you're supposed to auto-learn it, but not both. What's going on, Vec? How you doing this evening? You too, Vendini. What's happening? Played some Horizon Forbidden West. How is it? That's an amazing looking game. Just glad to see you streaming Pantheon. Eminem is popular this weekend with their playtest. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was saying this earlier to the stream. I have people asking me if I would play Monsters and Memories. I don't have it in me. I can't. I tried to watch some footage today about it. And, yeah. No, I can't. It's not grabbing me. It's not piquing my interest. I wouldn't play something that's not piquing my interest. That's not a fun time for me or you. I know some people want my opinion on it, but I just can't do it. I mean, have them roll characters and you can have a LAN party. I'm kidding, of course. Or am I? Man, I miss LAN parties. I remember the day, man, when I used to pack up my 80-pound computer, throw it in the back of the car, drive to a buddy's place for a Friday night, Saturday, and then come back Sunday afternoon. Hook all the computers together, laugh and trash talk each other. Ooh, 50 now. Interesting. Oh, just my new skill, my new block banner for myself. I had my block up to 45%. Now it's 50. I need my block percentage as high as possible because it triggers this skill here called Punish, and Punish is our main damage ability now. So the more often you block, the more this triggers. I know. It's an interesting twist when they gave the warrior the pass, like 2 weeks ago. Whenever this update went live, they changed the way the warrior is handled. The warrior used to be the master of all weapons. The warrior is the only class in the game that can use all the weapon types. However, with that said, the warrior was known to do a bit of tanking, but also DPS. However, there was no uniqueness to the warrior class like there was to the paladin and the dire lord. So what they did was, because the warrior is supposed to be the master tactician in the game, they decided to build the warrior around shield use. Unfortunately, with my testing of two-hand versus one-hand, I do more damage and sustain longer using sword and board than I do two-hand. So even though I have arguably the best two-hander in the game right now, I'm never using it, because it's just not worth it. Which is unfortunate, because you would think the two-hand would be the way to go, but it's just not. It's just not. It's unfortunate. I do like the way that they built it around using the shield. However, I will say, I expected the shield use to come from the paladin. Paladins, on paper, paladins are supposed to be on a ladder, the top rung for shield use, because dire lords can't use shields and warriors were more leaned towards weapon use. However, the shield thing they've done with the warriors, I mean, I'm not going to say it's on par with the paladin, because the paladin still doesn't have shield uniqueness. Now, I don't know if they plan to give the paladin shield uniqueness, or if the paladin is good the way it is. But what they've done with the warrior, I really like. I just wish they would have made it so that the two-hand outparsed the one hand. Now, It does a bit of damage more than the one hand does, but if I was soloing, I'd be almost dead using a two-hander because you can't block with the two-hander like you can with a sword and shield. Also, we have certain key abilities that need a shield equipped in order for them to trigger, including our stun or our interrupt. So it's a bit of a rework. I've gotten used to it. I took the 3 days after the update to study the new warrior. Okay, but most other warriors unfortunately threw their arms in the air and gave up, and started whining and complaining about how the warrior was broken and stuff wasn't working anymore. They just needed to take the time to do the research to rebuild the warrior. That's all. If you look now for warriors, you're not going to find many of them. Yeah, there's only 2 or 3 that log in typically in the evenings now through the week. There used to be a dozen of us. And that's the 30-plus crowd. Like if we do a who now, based on the zone, I'm the only warrior on right now. Truth be told, I think Dire Lords are done. As far as Paladins go, I believe Paladins are done at least for now. I know there are a lot of Paladins out there that aren't a fan of the changes to the healing, but I think the healing brings the Paladin more in line with not being relied on as a primary healer. So I don't see the tanks being modified for the time being. I think the Warrior was the last one to see what would be considered the tank pass. I think now they're working on the Ranger, the Monk, and I want to say the Enchanter. Yeah, to the point... No, I was just going to say to the point where I can't wait till they nerf the crap out of the Enchanter pet. Stupid bag of taunt. I mean, when I see single or solo enchanters pulling these guys, I mean, I have an issue. Oh, I've been... Yeah, I've been grouped with an enchanter for like the last 10 days, like ever since the update happened. I can't stand the enchanter pet, just for the threat, because it's like tonight when we were all hanging out in the Enclave, it's great when I was saying how with those Dragon Priests, just put the enchanter pet on it and the Cinder Missiles go into the pet. That's all fine and dandy, but that should only be until they nerf it or change it, because I have to fight the aggro with the enchanter pet over and over again, and it can lead to crappy experiences if you can't out-taunt the enchanter pet. And I'm pretty much best in slot. I can only imagine the other warriors. There's a reason I'm the only warrior on right now. Like, it's just nobody's playing the warriors. It's just rough. I just can't wait till they nerf the crap out of the pet's threat. Yeah. You'll find there are 7 paladins right now since last week. Yeah, like if you do a who, like even tomorrow evening, if you do a who around 7 p.m. Eastern, which is like prime time for this server because it's East Coast based, you'll see there's 6 or 7 paladins and probably 5 dire lords. But you'd be lucky to see 3 warriors, myself and 2 others. I mean, you'll see this warrior until the cows come home. Well, that's good. If the warrior comes back and starts going off about the changes to the warrior, just tell them to relax, craft some agility jewelry for them, and tell them they're fine. So, their thing with the Bard right now, JVL is the company that handles the audio. They don't have a method or a technology, I guess you could say, to put the music on the Bard with the skills like they want to. They want Bards to be able to socket spell pieces, kind of like a puzzle, and then depending on what they socket determines the effect of the song they play. Outside of that, I think the Bard is pretty much on the shelf for the time being, and I don't think you're going to hear anything about them until 2026 at the earliest. Yeah, the other thing with the Bard as well, in my experience grouping with people over the past... that's fine. My experience with the last 2 months of grouping, I've grouped with pretty much every class in the game and all sorts of different players. Combat feels really good right now. Even dungeon crawling feels really good right now. I don't think they're concerned about the Bard at all because they don't know how to balance the game once the Bard comes in. Because the Bard's going to have to be a class that affects the group, not the solo. And the game, I mean, combat's pretty much already balanced as is. So, Bard is like far down the list. And I'm not even sure we'll see the Bard come launch. They might wait till afterwards. Who knows? So if you're hoping for the Bard, I would put my expectations on something else. It's always been about balance. It's always how do they balance. I was just saying, it's all about balance. They have to figure out how to balance the game as best as possible, and the Bard right now, even if it was together, I think the Bard would upset the balance, and then they'd have to go back and look at combat all over again, and that would take them away from putting the rest of the world out. But they don't want to put the rest of the world out, put the Bard out, ignore the Bard, and then all of a sudden it unbalances the game, and people stop playing, or everybody rolls a Bard, or what have you. So I think what they're doing right now as far as their roadmap, I think it's pretty solid what they're doing, and hopefully we should get them to get their stuff done by the end of the year. My understanding is they're on a 2-year timeline from December. I got it. Yeah, they were put on a 2-year timeline from December. Am I missing something? I'm tanking both of these, am I? Huh, interesting. Okay, cool. Whatever. They're dead. We're alive. Yay! I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to see the Bard implemented into the game, but I think right now, where they have the game balanced, I think the Bard is way, way down the list. Yep. Yeah, people will like go into the Enclave and they'll complain and go on about how... about how they need to have an Enchanter, for example. No, you don't. I've done stuff with the Rogue and I've done stuff with the Necromancer. Enchanter's not as necessary as people make it. People just don't want or don't know how the other classes operate. It's like the mob's investigations. A lot of players still don't utilize the investigation method to split pulls. They just go in and split pulls. In some cases it turns out horrible, and in other cases it's alright, but if you understand how the investigations work, you can have like 90% easy pulls. I mean, chat, I've done all sorts of stuff without needing an Enchanter. And even then, you might have an Enchanter that's not great. I've grouped with some pretty phenomenal Enchanters over early access. I knew a couple amazing Enchanters during seasons. I could do almost anything with them in the group. It was phenomenal. They completely understood how to play the Enchanter. And you guys that have been here since the beginning of early access, you've heard me say this before. All the classes were fine. They all worked fine back then. They might not have had all their bells, whistles, and tricks, but they worked fine. All the people complaining back then, even in the beginning of early access, even the other streamers and influencers, all the complaints they had about classes not working and being broken, no, they weren't. They all worked fantastic. I killed everything multiple times in seasons, and I killed everything in the game multiple times in the first 2 months of early access before I rolled Lancelot, and I grouped with all sorts of different people. The classes were fine. Just players aren't taking the time to learn their class. That's all. That's all there is to it. It's just ignorance. There's a lot of ignorance with early access. There was 4. All right, we took a quick bio break for a couple of group members. What's that? Yes. Yes, I have 8% at the moment. So technically, 1 death, lose 5, go down to 3, gain 2.5, go to 5. So I got 2 deaths in me. Of course. Mhm. One of the other cool things, chat, that I forgot to mention, all the gear that I've been putting on and wearing, none of it was gifted or given to me. This is stuff I've, like, grinded, crawled, you know? So, some people will turn around and say, oh yeah, but you're wearing, you know, best in slot gear, blah, blah, blah. You have it easier than someone who's, say, in Hangor gear. Well, if you're in Hangor gear, by the time you hit 35, there's a problem. You know? You should have already been clearing in here to get gear, to get this gear, and then gone and gotten more gear. So, it's not like everything was handed to me. I've worked for everything that Krushnek has. Yep. But for me, it's more or less the testing part. I'm not here to gear a tune and play the game. I'm here to test everything to make sure the warrior is good to go at launch. So everything I do is how does the character's level handle this content? I won't accept any gear from people. I won't buy any gear. And that's your prerogative to do so if you're somebody who does that. I just won't do that because I need all the legitimate info on playing a warrior that I can get. Yeah, Rangers and Wizards are the two top DPS classes. It depends on gear, your level, and what you're fighting. If you're running around at level 45 fighting 37 mobs, that's a different thing than if you're 45 fighting 46 mobs. I've grouped with 2 Rangers in the last 2.5 weeks, and I periodically lose hate all the time. And then Wizards are the same thing. If Wizards have a nuke and then they fire another spell that has a high damage roll, I can lose aggro from that also. Paladins and Dire Lords, for whatever reason, seem to hold aggro, I won't say better, but in situations where they should lose aggro, they don't. Now, I don't know if that's design or intended, but we can still lose aggro if we're not paying attention. We have to be on the ball as tanks. We can't just rely on threat and then everything else is fine. You also have to factor in resists, misses, parries, caster versus melee, traits on a mob, your situation, what buffs you have, what gear you have. Like there's a lot of stuff in combat, so numbers can be skewed one way or the other. But for the most part, I mean even this evening for the most part, I really haven't lost aggro except to an enchanter pet, which is expected because they're just silly. It also it also comes down to who's driving the car. I can group with a ranger. Let's say there's a ranger in the, I mean, I know Q is a ranger. I'm just saying, let's say there's a ranger tonight, and then I group with a different ranger tomorrow around the same level, and then another ranger the day after, and a ranger a week later. They could all play differently and score differently and so on and so forth. So it's not like there's a cookie cutter method for everybody. Everybody thinks differently when you're in combat, so that factors in. Some people face roll, some people plan their abilities, some people are more comfortable with this, some people are less comfortable with that. I mean, there's a bunch of calculations. They are. But also keep in mind, outside of teleporting, Wizards and Rangers really don't bring anything significant to a group. Right, like a summoner has the different pets, and shamans have the buffs and their pet, and rogues have their traps and their I keep saying blackjack, but it's smoke trick. I mean, class performance will always be an issue, even in World of Warcraft. If Blizzard listened to the player base or took player base input over the last 10-15 years, classes would be getting modified and updated all the time, because 20 people playing a shaman and 20 people playing a mage could be doing 100 different things, and nobody's communicating with each other, so nobody knows tricks of the trade and so on. Like me myself, I explain a lot of stuff about tanking as a warrior to my stream, but I don't tell them everything. I can't tell them everything. I can't make it that easy. And with that said, maybe there is an aspect or two that's still unbalanced or still needs to be tweaked, but I haven't had any situations where people would mention, oh yeah, this person does all this and this person does next to nothing. Again, it all comes down to, do Do you have 12 skills to use? Do you have 8 different abilities that can benefit a group? Do you have 2 abilities? Are you just DPS? Are you just utility? So, a bunch of different things involved, but what I equate it to is, with Wizards and Rangers, there's really, other than track and teleporting, there's not a whole lot group-based that I would rely on a Wizard and Ranger for. But for damage, come aboard. Now, if you get aggro and get your ass killed, well, you deserve it. I'm not going to fight aggro if someone's constantly ripping aggro from me. I'm going to let you die, and the 5 of us will just finish the fight. But, you know. I wish every other person that I group with that plays your class said the exact same thing, but they don't. They just click button lights up and they have to click it. I mean, even like tonight, for example. Right. Wait, which, you know what, I will say is a relief to me, because I'm usually the one pulling. In all my groups over the last 3 years in this game, I've been the one who maps out, pulls, manages the investigations, all that stuff. When I started grouping with you guys last week and you were doing the pulling, dude, I almost pulled out a recliner and put my feet up. No, it's perfect. I grouped with a ranger in Seasons, and then I grouped with that same ranger again in the beginning of Early Access. And when we got up to Hangor, this ranger, do you think he wouldn't stop flinging himself off cliff sides and dying horribly? No. And it was some of the funniest groups ever. There was one night where I must have laughed for about 22 minutes, to the point where I had pains in my stomach for 3 days because my I just couldn't take it. I would specifically pull so I don't know if you guys know the seer camp in Hangor, but there's a giant fence between the seers and the pig. I would pull the mobs specifically to the fence and with my back to the tree, so that it's virtually impossible for a ranger to fling himself over the side. And he flung himself over the side 3 times in an hour and a half. And the laughter, it was just hilarious. That's the cool thing, though. That just shows how much excitement a player gets playing that class, because you subliminally forget your environment. You're constantly looking to jump and constantly looking to get your skills, and if they light up, you need to be at range for this and up close for that. So, you know, a lot of times you forget that you're standing on a cliff 500 feet up in the air. Oh. We got a pretty nice buffer, chat. Right about 13%. 12%, 12.5%. It's a healthy buffer. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hit auto run on one of those bridges and then turn my head for about 2 seconds and fall to my death. That's happened twice. I don't know. Yeah, that's only in for testing purposes. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Typically Monday to Thursday is rough. Excuse me. the other wolf? Up there. I thought I saw 2 wolves. Oh. Almost didn't see him. Hey Swin, what's happening? My weapon? This is the Spear of Endless Frost. This is one of the best in slot weapons right now, one-hander, at least for a warrior. It drops in Hangor off of a mob known as the War Chief. They recently buffed the damage. It used to have a damage rating of 13, but now it's 19. It is cool. It's so in this game, their plan is to have unique items. So for example, there's no other weapon in the game with this graphic. So if somebody sees me running around with that weapon, if they know about the weapon and where it comes from, they're like, oh, Crush has blah 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 blah. Rather than somebody guessing, you know, about what weapon they're using or what piece of armor. We have a few of them. I have the two-hand version here. I can't put it on when I'm tanking, but it's pretty cool because it has an animation to it. It has a lighting animation. Warriors 38. You've got the Oosh Hammer. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, the one hand comes from the War Chief. Was it War Chief Golfang? Same guy that drops the belt. But this has a very low drop rating. It's a very difficult weapon to get. Took a bit of a break, didn't realize they buffed some items. Yeah, they wanted them to seem more unique. So, a few of the items in Hangor, a few of the items in Mad Run, they've all been reworked. Not everything, but a few. Halnir's Cave. Over in Halnir's, there was some gear that was redone. Respect. I just already had the spear from like 4 months ago. That's all. But I've been playing the Paladin the past 4 months. The new content is fantastic. I absolutely love it. It's very dangerous. It's very rewarding. It's definitely a time sink. I mean, if you have a 38 tune, now would be the perfect time to come back. 38 war, 33 pal, 32 cleric. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's quite a bit. You got really upset with the warrior two-hand changes? Oh, wait till you log back in. You might want to start with a different class. They just reworked the warrior 2 weeks ago. Our abilities are now on agility. So the first thing I would recommend you do is when you log back in, get a hold of a jewel crafter and have them craft the, I think it's the nickel agility jewelry. And I'm not even kidding. I used to have like 46 strength without shaman buffs. And now I have 33 because I had to start putting on stuff for agility. All of our skills, except for punish, all of our skills have gone to agility. Well, shield has gone to constitution. All our damage dealing abilities have gone to agility. Agility is king now. A lot of warriors stopped playing 2 weeks ago because they were ignorant and didn't do their homework and tore Visionary Realms and the warrior up and said it was broken and blah blah blah. All this hate speech went towards it. Was ridiculous. I spent the next 3 days after the update learning about the changes, and we worked stuff out. The warrior's phenomenal. Just people won't take the time to learn. That's all. Now, however, low-level warriors are going to be in trouble for the time being, because there's no plate gear that has agility. There's not even any chain gear that really has agility on it. Even the scout stuff, like in Halnir's, even that isn't really geared towards agility. So, warriors under level 30 are going to have, unfortunately, a much bigger issue trying to be a warrior. Oh, two hands. Dude, I have the gavel. I haven't even used it, and I'm not going to. I spent the last 2 days, well, no, technically 4 days. When I wasn't in a group, I spent the last 4 days testing one hand versus two hand. I'll never put a two hand on again. Because of punish, one hand is just the way to go. There's just no other discussion. There's no tricky gear, there's no tricky rotation. Two hand, unfortunately, is not good compared to sword and board. Not only that, when I solo, I take very little damage when the mobs die using sword and board. If I use two-hand, I may kill it 1 or 2 combat rounds quicker, but I take a whole lot more damage. Because you lose your shield abilities when you put your two-hander on. .36 to 50, this zone-only warrior. I'm the only warrior. Like, nobody's playing warriors since the update. At least above level 30. There are paladins and dire lords. All the tanks are still fantastic. You just have to take a minute and say, okay, why did they make these changes? What can I do to adapt? That's it. That's all. But a lot of people didn't. They don't. They automatically concluded that the class was broken. It was ridiculous. Bunch of adults acting like children. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand adults acting like children. I mean, I whine and complain about the little things, and even I had an issue with the change when they made it, because I was like, well, I don't have anything agility. How am I supposed to get agility in tank? And it was noticeable. Like, for example, if you go out with cleave with the gavel, and let's say a regular hit, high end, was about 196 damage, I was doing 40 damage after the change, because I had no agility. But like I said, I got a hold of a jewel crafter. I got some agility jewelry made. We did some testing. Warrior's fantastic. Hence the stats now. Like 5 stats over 20. That wasn't possible 3 weeks ago. But they want you now to have to worry about multiple stats. You don't have to worry about having 3 or 4 stats now. All classes are like that. If you're on a wizard for some reason will need strength for something. If you're on a cleric will need intelligence for something. They've done it so that you're going to have to carry multiple pieces of gear. There's no one best item. They've also introduced multi-statted items. So, I'll show you if you haven't seen it already. The best breastplate in the game right now drops from the Enclave. It's the Charred Guardian Cuirass, and as you can see from the stats, it's ridiculous. But those stats are actually needed. And then the best shoulders in the game right now are the Pauldrons of Pyre and Ruin, and they have crazy stats also. That's where your agility comes from. You also need fire resist. Everything here has fire damage attached to it. If you don't have fire resist, you're going to be a horrible tank. So make sure you get fire like I said, I had this crafted for the fire resist. I also had the agility stuff made also, the agility jewelry, all 5 pieces. And then what I've been doing is mixing and matching and trying to keep my fire resist above 40. I found through testing that 40 seems to be a relatively safe place to keep your fire resist as a warrior, but then again, you have to be geared like I am. What are those rings? Which ones? These ones here are the nickel signet rings of fleetness for the agility. So 2 rings, 2 earrings, and a neck piece. Then the ones I have equipped are drops from this area here. This is known as the Smoldering Trenches. So we have the glowing pitted stud, which is interesting because it has negative stats, as you see. So it kind of makes it so you have to be a bit smarter about what you're going to roll on, or what you're going to loot, or what you're going to put on. And if you look at my resists, you'll see that even though I have 43 fire, I now have minus 16 to nature. So if I fight any hippies, I'm in trouble. I just use that as a joke with nature. Then here you have the cracked garnet amulet. Hang on a second, I gotta see what's going on. I gotta get this wolf under control. These wolves are the worst mobs here. They have a fire breath that'll wipe the group. They don't look like they're serious. They are. Okay. So, cool thing is, there's gear now in the game that oh god, there's gear in the game now that has procs. They have effects now. A couple of the pieces that I have damage shield procs. I'll show you those in a second. It's actually really cool what they've done. Gear has changed. There's more quest stuff in it. There's more storyline. There's more lore. All the items that have dropped in this content has all had lore attached to it. If you notice, this is the helmet from Hangor. Just has its stats on it. But you go over here, the earring has a blurb at the bottom. The necklace has a blurb at the bottom. Shoulders have a blurb at the bottom. Chest piece has a huge blurb at the bottom. I'd like to be able to show you, but these pulls are coming fast and furious. Anyhow, the necklace, for example, has a... No, not at all. Keep going. You have a brace of claws. It's the one shield I never bothered with. Once I got the consecrated shield, I was fine. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd like to have it, but I'll be honest, I can't stand the fact that it's got the graphic of a round shield. That's why I didn't go for it. Brace of Claws needs to have its own, like, unique graphic. If they can do it with the Hangor stuff, they can clearly reskin the Brace of Claws. Unless they've already done it, I just haven't seen it. I mean, it's great if you don't do the map quest to get the consecrated shield. Obviously, it's phenomenal. But where I went and did the map quest, like I've done, you know, just about every quest this side of the continent. We have yeah, the new content also has quest lines, which is nice. There's an actual access quest line to work on. It's not easy, but it's not easy by any stretch. But it's pretty cool that all the content now is coming in with a bunch of new stuff attached to it. It's nice to see. Yeah, there's this quest line here. This is, I think, part 2 or part 3. Of the access quest line. You have to crawl through the enclave, which is the mountain over here, and you have to look for rare spawns of these lava vials. You need 3 of them to advance the quest. You get the 3 of them, you go turn them in, you talk to an NPC who gives you the next chapter of that story. You go and do that, you go back, you turn it in, you get, I believe, the last chapter of that story, and at the end it's supposed to give you flag access to a chamber inside the enclave that nobody can open at the moment. Now, we don't have we don't have the complete content in the game as of yet. They've actually done it in 2 parts. This is part 1 that we have now, and then part 2 is supposed to come in a couple of weeks. Part 2 is going to introduce new quests. Apparently the main, I'm guessing it's going to be the main raid boss, maybe? I think, of the storyline here. Maybe it's not a raid boss, I'm not sure, and they haven't said. They just said that the big bad for the whole quest line is going to be put in part 2. And there's already a dozen names that spawn in this content now. There are 4 or 5 that spawn out here, and there are like 6 that spawn inside the mountain. It's very cool what they've been doing. I mean, I'm thoroughly addicted. I've been playing this game for 3 years, so... This is Krushnek number 6. Oh no, what happened? Well, that's bad luck. Or bad timing. The second I get picked up, the AoE goes off. Sounds like they're doing better. I believe so, man, truth be told. There's still going to be a number of people out there talking smack about the game. Don't listen to them. We haven't had any issues at all. Everything has been flawless and fantastic so far for the past 2 weeks. Yeah. I will say, with the last couple of updates they've put in the game, there have been no setbacks. Everything's been a move forward, which is fantastic. And I think one of their big things was the testers that they had testing content on the other server, they don't have those anymore. They don't have them anymore. They brought in new people. They have new internal testing. Now, I can't say they're doing a good job, but since they've gotten the new testing people playing the game, we've had nothing but positive content pushes. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do there with the totem, because they took the effect and put it on the ring. So the totem doesn't have the proc at the moment, but the ring does. So if you have the Ring of Battle, that's got Warmonger's Fury on it, or Warmonger's Rage for the time being. There's no worries, man. It's no worries. Dying happens in the game. Yeah, I don't know who was handling those, and I don't even know if it's intentional. But at the same time the Warmonger's Totem lost the buff, the ring got the buff. So I don't know what happened there. I don't know if somebody was dragging stuff in the coding and dragged the stuff to the wrong item. I have no idea. But the ring now procs it. See, I have the ring, but I don't have the totem. Fall damage has changed as well, Swin, so don't start dropping off cliffs and platforms like you might have used to. Try and climb pretty much everywhere, like climb down. If I run from so the Bindstone is here. If I run to this and drop down to here, I take 610 damage, just so you know. They changed fall damage. Fall damage is significant now. Do I need to do the quest to enter the new spot? No, you don't. You can just come straight here. Did they fix the jumping bug? As far as I know, I haven't tested it. But nobody's talked about it, and nobody else that I've talked to in these groups has mentioned it. So I'm guessing you can't do the jumping bug anymore. Yes, that was fixed. There were some players in the Black Moon server that stopped playing because of that. And a couple other things. The Black Moon server took a massive... I don't know if you've played since the server merges, but the Black Moon server took a huge hit to its population. Likewise. Aha, there you are. You're back in game. It's nice to see another warrior. Whoops. Rogue, cleric, ranger, druid, shaman, bard. Meh. Okay, chat. The group is done for the evening, so that is going to be it for me. We are up super late. It's like 3:15 here. I should get to bed. I'm supposed to go out for breakfast tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Anyhow, to those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time today, or tonight. Made a fair bit of progress. You know, we crawled through the Enclave, showed you guys the Enclave, or a fair bit of it, which was nice. We'll be live again tomorrow, or we should be live tomorrow. I don't know what the game plan is, but we're going to try and get on as early as possible. And I guess we're going to try and make our way towards 41. Maybe we can look at an Enclave group. Maybe we can look at trying to get underneath the trenches. But we'll have to see who's around and, you know, who's got balls. Anyways, you guys have yourselves a good evening as always, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care. Oh, and thanks for the follows and the subs and whatnot. I appreciate the support. Don't forget to like the VODs too, you know? Get the word out there. Anyhow, you guys take care.